Man, there's so many things I have to like catch up and do. So, hello to everyone. My name is Kirivaka and I'm your host and your voice with a voice here to entertain you and may not. I have no idea what I'm doing. Alright, I need to do something about this and that. Hold on. Okay, now the chat is functioning well. Connected to YouTube, connected to Cake. I have to manually like upload the chat, the link every day. So yeah. Okay. Do 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 do. do 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 do. Man, there's still so many things I have to fix every single time when I start the stream. There's always something goes wrong, and then there's always some things I need to fix. Nope. Hello there.
Hello. Hi.
Oh, hold on a little bit. Alright. Hi there. I can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, a very good anytime zone, wherever we are, whenever we are.
Yeah. It's like midnight. A little bit after. What you working on?
Well, the stinger animations. Right now, I'm just letting it play while I'm trying to like fix up most of the stuff on the streams.
I see.
Yeah, I just started my live, so yeah.
Hello. Is there anyone watching us?
Well, I'm not a famous streamer, so no one. Aside from Bot.
Oh! It's so lonely in here.
It's always lonely in here. While I'm working, talking to the void. Also, it's Christmas time. Like, I'm a little bit too free this particular month because, like, usually, like, I don't know why. Lots of people getting lots of like Christmas theme kind of like art commissions. For me, I get zero.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, you know what? I got time. Let's make a YCH on like animations.
Is it easier to do? Just I guess it would be. That's the reason why people make them.
Well, YCH is basically is just switching the hair, switching the clothes. Sometimes people like didn't even switch the clothes, and technically most of the times, they just switching the hair and eyes. Done.
Yeah, I guess I kind of just assume that it's like you make a base and then you draw the character over it.
Yep, but my YCH is actually quite different. It's more like I sell you the concept instead of like just swapping the hair. So this is like take a closer look. It would be saying like throwing your like mascot to the screen, but I can change it to like you go and kick your mascot, or like you chase your mascot and then they crash into the screen. Just that. So
how many frames is that?
Yeah, it is. If you know how animation works, this is a nightmare.
Yeah, I know. I can't. So I don't have the EX version of clips, so I can't make anything that's longer than like, what is it, 8 seconds?
Yeah, this is just 6 seconds.
8 frames.
Most stinger that
Oh, it is?
just require people to have like a 3 second to like 5 second of like stinger animations. If you really want, you can actually do it.
Yeah, I've made them before, but I did them in like After Effects and DaVinci and stuff.
Yeah, if you want effect and stuff, you definitely can do that. And also depends
Yeah.
on the type of animation you want. You can make like the animation looks like the live 2D thingy, like shifting and moving
Mm-hmm.
that way with just one
Well, yeah,
image.
you can make animations in Live 2D.
Yep. Technically After Effect and Live 2D is kind of the same. It's just they have like different tool set to animate them.
Yeah, yeah, I imagine. Well, cause okay, so like, if I would have known that Live 2D could also make animations, my my pause screen wouldn't look so jank. I have like the worst animated possible thing. Uh, this is what my pause screen looks like. It's actually garbage, cause it's so stiff.
Wait. Let me take a look. Are you sharing it now?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's on my camera.
Hold on. My
On
Discord
Discord.
usually in another place. Oh yeah, this one. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. I made this in the Fusion editor for DaVinci. Not great at all. I now have better ways of doing things, but
Technically, if you really want, you can do this in what again? You can do this in like Clip Studio too.
mm,
Clip
yeah,
Studio
yeah,
have
because
tweening
the
function.
Clip
You can
Studio
see all
has
this
the
glass is actually the tweening functions.
mm, and
So
also they have you can basically do the same thing as Live 2D because they also have mesh transforming. It's just a lot easier to do in Live 2D.
yep, I show you this thing that I made.
I've spent
I
I
did
spent
like
all day.
a animation, not animations, more like verificate. Like I'm a VGen artist, so I did like a verification like
Mm,
challenge thingy, like $5 per any art. Depends on my fancy. So that's I'm in the fancy of an animation
like a
mood that
scale.
day. So where is it? Um, Ren.
I've done very basic animation stuff.
Yep.
Like again, don't have don't have the pro version, so I'm kind of constrained to what
This
I
is also basic animations.
can do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty.
The only thing I animate is just the eye. Everything is separate in part. I just like move them together.
Yeah. I think eyes would be difficult to tween, wouldn't
Not really. If you know the trick, it's actually quite easy. Because here's the thing.
they? Mm-hmm.
Do you know actually you can contain all your like you can create a frame like that. Normally you did animation before, so you know like you make a frame like one by one frame, right?
Yeah.
And you usually have a line art entire timeline folders, and then another line art in a different like maybe like a rough in here, like actual line art in
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
and like the coloring like in another like folders. Actually, you can do everything in one line, one file, one cell.
Mm.
You just turn, you just open up a folders. Yeah, you can see this, right? You can just open up a folder, turn it into a frame. So within that folders, you can do line art and like coloring and like separate things going on there in the same place.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's helpful.
And usually you can't, when you do like frame by frame animations, you cannot use the like free transformation tools or like the morph, like like the grid transformation tool. But if you do
Yeah.
this, you can actually do that shit.
Oh, okay. That's
See?
nice. That's good to know. I haven't done animation in a couple of weeks.
So you have an easier time to do some animation.
Just beat their head in.
Yeah, you can. With this, you can actually like do a lot of like easier like some of the
Yeah,
animation you
that's
don't
how I
have to
got
redraw
the
them. You just have
resizing
to shift
for.
them a little bit.
Yeah. I've been using the mesh tool for these ears. I've spent literally all day on these ears because I did it too detailed the first time. I did it way too detailed the first time, so I had to redo it.
For me is I never really have ears on my character that I made it.
Oh, yeah.
Look. He don't have ears. It's because like in law reasons, like he actually have a makeup, but he ran out of money because makeup is freaking expensive. So he
Yeah,
only
I
got a
know,
prosthetic like
it is.
eyeball and mouth and nose, but he skipped the ear because the wig is blocking it anyway. He don't have a face.
Mhm.
Because like in law he's the void itself, so like he's basically a black silhouette.
Mm. So like how in the Invisible Man they put makeup on him so that people can see him.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. What products is he using? Cause I want shit that stays like that. Nothing in real life stays like that.
Well, he do have a hologram projector around his neck, so that kind of like add a little bit of effect onto it.
Yeah, I mean, so I like to paint my nails, but I play guitar, so I can only have one hand painted because the other one just breaks.
Well, maybe you can try to turn your nail into a pick. Just reinforce that few nail that you're going to like do the guitar. Like just put some instead of like putting like those kind of weak acrylic, you need to put on those like very like thick and hard acrylic.
Oh, I don't do acrylics. I don't do like I don't have like anything additive. It's just polish.
Yeah, this is why you need the acrylic.
Yeah, it is.
Just literally turn it into a guitar pick.
Well, I mean, if you've seen guitar players, most guitar players have like extremely long nails on their right hand and their right hand only because of it. But like, I play guitar weirdly, so I strum with just my my thumb and my middle. I can go really fast by doing that, and it tears up the polish off of it no matter what I do.
Like I say, it's simple. Just only never paint like the thing that you do the strumming. Done. Only not paint the thing that you're strumming with. You still can paint with the other hand, just never your thumb. Imagine like you have the like a full color of rainbow on all your fingers except the thumb for some reason. They ask you like why the thumb is empty. Because I suck my thumb a lot. Just give them that reason.
I love paint. His polish tastes delectable. It's like, have you ever smelled nail polish?
No, I never really like paint any nail stuff on my nail. Basically, my nail is actually pretty fucked up too, so I can't really like do anything with it.
It's so over.
Yeah, you can see like this like indent on my nail. I think you can't see it. Like there's a flat indent here.
Did you like slam it in a door?
Like I'm not really sure how it happened. It's just like only one side grow really fast, and then the other side grows slower than the other side.
Oh, okay.
So I have to trim it like time to time.
So like the back of the nail that's not like the outwards part, not the white part, it doesn't like fix itself for months. I had an incident with a jewelry drill and I just had a hole in my ring finger for like 3 months.
But it takes time to heal those kind of damage.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever lost a fingernail?
When I say like few like take like like long time to heal, I mean like literally a few, like not just a few months, it's like 10-12 years. I'm not even kidding. Like I used to like like did that like stupid stuff like scrubbing your nail like on the on the table
The
and see like this like
yeah,
black
yeah.
line like happening in there. So this is I think like that is the thing that kind of like fucked up my fingernail. And
Mm-hmm.
even now like the black line was healed, like it stays there for very 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 long time. So
Yeah, yeah.
once the thing is healed, like for some reason my nails start to grow in like some weird timing now. So it does have some
Yeah.
weird things that happen. But at least the mark,
I
that
have
the black mark is like healed over time. But that one took like me like
yeah.
12 years.
Have you ever like slammed your hand in a door or something and your fingernail just falls off?
Only my
I've
pinky
had
toe.
that happen. Yeah.
I kicked
No,
something so
I
hard
mean
that I
my
lost my pinky toe nail.
I lost my ring finger once because my mom like slammed my hand in a door.
Hmm.
Like my ring fingernail. It just like I didn't lose the whole thing, but like most of it came off.
For
It was the
me,
weirdest feeling.
I have this irrational fear of my nail is going to fall off one day, so like I kind of keep it at
Oh
a
yeah.
certain like length. You can see I didn't trim.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't really trim it unless like it's like super long to the point that I'm starting to scrape my keyboard,
Mm.
and then I'll start like trimming. And more like every 2 or 3 weeks I trim it once.
Yeah.
So I usually keep
I
like
tend to just like I'd be upset. I'm like obsessive about cleaning them. So I file them down almost once a week.
hmm.
When you play guitar, your nails end up like growing way faster.
Yeah, and also you press the phone a
So
lot too. It happens to a lot of people
yeah,
that use a lot of phone too. Like
yeah,
that you can see like their nail, like the flesh that you can see like in the nail is like super short for a lot of people. And
I'll be right back.
I never actually like trim my nail to the point that you can't see like the white part. I always have like a line of like leftover white part over there.
Mhm. I'll be right back. I gotta go do something.
Yep, I also have to start drawing too. I've been chatting too much.
Get to work.
Yeah, I still have a lot of animation work to do. I've been promising people this and that. I overpromised. Well, it's free art. I can do whatever I want, okay?
I have returned. Yeah. All right. It was nice chatting with you. I hope the stream goes well.
Yep. If you want, you can drop by my stream time to time and look at the progress, I guess. I'm more or less a
All right.
workaholic.
I have weeks like that sometimes. All right. Take care.
Alright, bye bye. Do 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 do. Also, yeah, I do notice hard ass stream hub shop. Still quite a lot of work I have to do in here. I don't know why. The moment I see like I got like encoding error, I'll be like, oh shit. Hey, I was just talking about Gintama. I'm here. I'm listening to the Gintama song right now. Ooh, loved it. Too bad you guys can't listen to it. Blame YouTube, not my fault, okay? I feel like I really need to take the medications. Like, usually I do a lot of like macro movements, so I don't really need to take care of my balance at all. But man, this is difficult when you kind of like have to. Ooh. When you actually have to like do this in like a lot of like much more smaller tiny movement, it's actually harder. Nope.
Whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to join this channel. I meant to join the other one. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry. It's fine.
Okay, you have a good one. Sorry.
they changed how the export works? Then it's just for the easy way. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. For anyone who's dropped by in here and trying to watch me doing something, but they didn't see anything, I'm sorry that I'm working on quite a lot of stuff here. Okay. No, done saved. I'm doing a few planning. VGen code like challenge giveaway, and also animations working at the moment. Still got quite a lot of animations I still haven't done yet. So if you guys don't know, I'm currently doing the cleanup line work of this particular animation I made. I have to refine some movement and everything. This is just like the rough shape and positions that I'm going to draw them in. So I need to do a proper drawing like this one. I still managed to only do like a normal Gengar on this, like the line and stuff. Later on I need to like improve on the movement a little bit more. Yeah, you can see this have like only like tiny movement. You know what? Since they already like have such a big difference, let me... Oops. Hold on. Okay. Let me... Let me do a little bit of edit on the movement and everything. Yeah, to make like the entire like animation smoother. Oh, I think I missed this in every single frame on this one. Yeah, it's just copy and paste, but I do have like tiny little bit like movement difference. So I'm going to try to work on it. Okay. Let's give this a little bit twist and expand it a little bit to here. This one just need to expand the length a little bit and change back to 0.5. Yeah, I have to keep the line consistency and everything. You can see like there's a tiny bit there kind of poking out. Here's the thing, like you don't really need to like edit it out because like how should I even say about this? It's a split second. People can't really see unless they kind of like just trying their best to like pause it. Like have you seen that Twitter post that people like do like that flying characters and then you have to click the GIF to stop it in time? Just like grab it. Like it's extremely hard to stop at that right moment. Besides, this is like 12 image per second like animation, so it's even harder to capture. So if it's like 8 image per second like animations, you might have a chance to like take a glance at it. Okay, this one is much more easier. It's like that one is just like a tiny bit amount of like squish happening in there. So, oops, accidentally. I need a thicker place. Yep, this one. Accidental. One, two, three. Yeah, just do something like this is kind of like okay already. And then as for this one, squish this down a little bit. This one, squish to here. Tighten it a little bit. Yeah, sometimes you don't really have to like do too much. You just do a little bit of this. It's kind of like okay already. And then with this, you can try to capture everything here again. And then do a 0.5 and then unify the thickness. You don't have to like think too much again. Just remove this and then start drawing another line in here. If you kind of notice, like I can join the line or choose not to. Again, people can't really see it, so yeah. If you guys can see, like you guys are professional, okay? Not lots of people who are like good enough to actually see those things. Remember, shift is your enemy for if you want to do this. Yeah, you don't have to redraw everything. That's the best part. And because they're only like tiny modifications, okay? Again, because they're tiny modifications, you don't really need to pay sort of like too much attention on the coloring. You can just like copy and paste the same colors. They are just going to have a much more like different look into it. You can see this. I have to make this consistent. You can see this. The spike is still a little bit too big, so I need to shrink it. And sometimes some shrinkage, they still kind of like maintain the consistency, so you don't have to like do too much of it. Good thing about like using like vector line for animations is basically you don't need to redraw everything constantly, because like you're on like a living walking printers, so it's just going to be a very like different thing and experience going on there. So this, 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 and then this one, this one, this one, this one. I can squeeze this one a little bit more. Back in. Now it looks supernatural on the turn. See? Now the turn looks supernatural. If I keep this thing like back into it, okay, and try to turn on animations. Hold on a little bit, it might have to wait a little bit because like the animation need to be sometimes take some time to render it, as you kind of already can see. There's quite lots of things I still can like teach a lot of people, this and that other stuff. Why at it I have like something I need to make. Let me try to go a little bit. I'll be going to the toilet a little bit. Be back soon. While I came back, the rendering should be okay, and then you guys can like bask in the glory. I don't even have to like stay there to explain that much. Anybody here? Anybody here? Yeah, thank God I have like ADHD overlaid. Does it keep you guys entertained? Why I'm not here? Let me go off to another screen first. I need to do something. Okay. Let's do this. this is a proper size. Man, I hate Microsoft Edge. Box it for me. I still find this like very funny that the screen itself is just a entertainment. My overlay itself is just the entertainment. Yeah, do you guys know what's funny about this thing? Is like my screen itself is the entertainment. Like I'm not even kidding. At this point, look at all these things. I can just AFK, went to like take a shit or something, and then like come back. And I can even turn off the music and everything. Just let my overlay run itself, and people would just be like ADHD overload and see everything happening right on the screen. I can, since I'm doing animations, okay, I can literally have this thing also playing at the same times. And I can go to take a shit, and then you guys will still infinitely getting entertained by seeing everything in loop. All right, finish recording. Let's keep on like working. All right, all right, all right. Let's finish recording. Let's upload this thing. Aha! Didn't expect that, huh? I'm just going to upload like a rare, raw record footage. Hey, music, back on. The moment I say like, hey, the music can stop itself, like it just stopped itself. Like, gosh dang it, there's a fucking ghost in my freaking computers. Oops. Okay, now I'm back. Accidentally removed myself from the equations. Yep, trying to take a little bit break. Do 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 do. The draw format improved the algorithm of how you are going to be shown and stuff. Bullshit. Yeah, the dual format thing, I don't think it works. Man. Sometimes I'm very tired, sometimes I'm not. Not sure when, not sure how, not sure why. Right now, my head is much more clearer, so I want to do a little bit more stuff outside my stream at the moment. I don't know why. Okay, it's not working in here. Why? Yeah, it's working in this one. Not Cake. Cake is having issues again. Ah, Cake. When will you be like a proper platform for us to connect and do stuff together? You try to make this thing as hard as possible for us to do anything. I'll be going to the toilet a little bit. Be back soon. Where's me phone? Sorry there. Hi there, Mighty. Yeah, sorry a little bit. I went for a toilet. I just came back. When did you like pop? Come in? Ooh, just a minute around time I managed to come in. Hi there everyone, my name is Kirivaka and I'm your host and your voice. The voice here is to entertain you and may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Oh, wait. Where am I? Oh, it seems that my tracking is like moving quite a lot of stuff in the same times. Again, hi there. Yeah, still doing quite a lot of few things like around it. This and that. Right now, I'm still doing a art drawing stuff. Yeah, I need to squish the face a little bit more. Nope, 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 nope. If you guys are wondering what the heck I'm doing, I'm actually doing like animation drawing. All this animation drawing stuff, this and that, other stuff. And yes, I am a streamers and also VTubers that doing, you know, face cam and everything at the same time. He might be left. Who knows? Ooh, I want to watch this one.
Have you ever heard content creators say, comment the word burger?
build this fucking railgun. You know what? You guys don't know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this thing. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wrong input.
Events that happened over in Japan, but we've just got all of the juicy details now. So let's go through, because there's a lot to talk about, some very positive changes and some intriguing things that I don't think many of us expected. So let's jump into it. The first thing to know is that Title Update 4 is dropping next week on the 16th of December, but it's going to be in the morning for EU, while it'll be in the afternoon of the 15th for America. So get that time down in your books, because it's gonna be a big one. Now, alongside the showcase with a ton of details that we're going to break down and bring to you guys, there was also a new trailer, which honestly was pretty cool. Of course, heavily featuring GOG, which we're all excited for coming in Title Update 4. So it's going to be a pretty spicy fight, at least from what we can see in these snippets. Now, something really interesting to note as well is that Ace Gunner Nadia is actually spotted in this trailer, and I think the last time we saw her may have been back in the Monster Hunter Legends movie or series that you may have watched, and that was a very interesting watch. So it's nice to see Nadia come back, and she actually looks pretty cool in this one, so I'm excited for her there. She's even added as a support hunter for a limited time during the upcoming festival that we'll get into soon. Now, of course, one of the biggest things is GOG that is coming. We're all, of course, excited to fight GOG, and the community has been estimating and theory crafting on whether this is going to be a multiplayer large-scale siege or not. Now, of course, many people were thinking it was going to be an 8-player siege, and it seems like this is true, but in the way that many expected from the pictures released previously, where they pointed out that there were NPCs in those pictures, because this is actually a 4-player hunt, but it will be alongside 4 support hunters for a total count of 8, but of course it's just 4 actual human players and 4 support hunters, so it's going to be an 8-hunter siege, but with 4 players, if that makes sense. So some people were right, some people were wrong. It's interesting to see what they're going for here. I personally would like to see them try to do more larger scale hunts, but I'm pretty happy to try this one out and see how it feels to play. I also want to point out though, in the new trailer, of course, we can see GOG fighting, but one thing that really stood out to me was that big rod that's in its back, and it seems like you can actually use it as a weapon against it after dislodging it, as in some of the scenes it's in its back and others it isn't, and then we see that big weapon being used against it as almost like a laser, so this is something I'm going to be keeping an eye out for in the hunt. On top of that, we got a little preview of its armor set, which does appear to be very much the same as back in Monster Hunter 4, and it will be available as a permanent event quest. But what do you guys think of the drip for the GOG armor? Do tell us down below. Regardless of what you think of the armor, the weapons were teased, and I really actually like the look of these. The greatsword is huge, and we even got to see some other ones. But remember, the GOG materials are also part of the new Gogma Artian weapon upgrade system, which they did show off in a bit more detail. We can actually see it in action within the menus itself, and of course you're going to get that random set bonus and group skill after you pick your stat preference. But there's actually more on top of this that makes it look a little more forgiving when it comes to the RNG aspects. So let's take a look, because you can actually amend the reinforcement bonuses of the weapon after you've already rolled and upgraded it. You actually get 2 choices for this. You can increase the power of the substats that you rolled to make them much stronger, or completely reset and re-roll them while also bringing them up to a higher level. Now, we're going to guess a ton of people are probably going to be resetting their Artian weapons to chase that perfect god roll and then boost them up. But at least you can do this instead of starting from scratch, so I think we're going to be re-rolling quite a lot to get a good weapon. On top of that, you can even re-roll the set and group skill bonuses with materials, so it seems nearly everything on these Gogma Artian weapons can be re-rolled in some form, which is very good news if you just happen to get unlucky on your rolls. You can always just go again. We're also getting a new arc-tempered monster in this update. This time it's Jindahad, and we also got a peek at its armor, and I just love the Jindahad armor. Of course, it's going to be the Gamma set. There'll be a new set or skill bonus on it, so I'm very excited to see that. And that will be coming on December 24th, Christmas Eve, so it will be coming a little later after GOG, but not too much longer. They also showed off and reiterated the new Transcendence system for armor, where you can increase your defense even higher and add additional decoration slots onto your rarity 5 and 6 gear. I really can't wait to see what crazy mix sets will open up from this. Furthermore, there's new special nameplate rewards coming alongside harder 9-star multi-tempered quests that look like they will be pretty spicy. And something very cool is that they're actually adding in these hunting exercise quests, which are basically like a set hunt where you fight against 9-star monsters. So it seems they're really trying to add in that extra difficulty that a lot of people have been craving with these different things. Now, for anyone who's been enjoying the support hunters, and my oh my were they so helpful in the Omega quests, there's actually 2 new support hunters coming in. There's Griffin, who has a great sword, and Night Mist, who is a light bowgunner, so it's going to be exciting to try them out and see how they perform. But moving along, we also got to see some new poses from previous games that are being added in for free for everyone, and there's even a character and palico customization ticket that's being added in for free for everyone as well, so it's nice that they're giving us some extra freebies in the update. But they also showed off some very cool looking new armor and weapon skins that are being added in as cosmetic DLC, and it immediately made us think that, oh no, they might be having another Lost Code moment. But I will say the skins actually do look pretty sick. These were actually giving me a little bit of deja vu though, and I couldn't quite place my finger on it because I felt like I've seen some of these before. The general theme, or at least a couple of the weapon designs, actually kind of remind us of some of the weapon design contest submissions that didn't make the cut. So although those designs didn't win, we basically got a sort of different take on them in the game anyway. Alongside that, there's of course
Wait, what?
design contest.
Take a look.
The general theme, or at least a couple of the weapon designs, actually kind of remind us of some of the weapon design contest submissions that didn't make the cut. So although those designs didn't win, we basically got a sort of different take on them in the game anyway. Alongside that, there's of course more DLC, dances, and so on being added in.
Ooh, it's going to get into some art drama.
Including ones for new armor and armor sphere.
I already can see it,
With
like
that
how
new
Twitter
Transcendence
functions.
system, this is surely going to help farm armor spheres to upgrade things. There's also a new free challenge quest for Jindahad, and one of the more exciting things that are being added in has got to be the Festival of Lumenhim. This is our winter festival, and it looks absolutely amazing. It's probably one of the best event themes and decors that we've got yet. And it does kind of make that cosmetic DLC make a bit more sense because of the sort of light gold and white theme, and we are getting that festival on December 19th to January 14th. The actual armor set from this festival as well looks really amazing, and they're even adding in a bunch of futuristic outfits, including these cool cyberpunk glasses, and some new fits for our handlers, but I've got to know which one is your favorite. Would you be picking any of these up for the handlers? Now, as said before, Nadia is also coming, and she will actually be a limited support hunter, so you can actually take her out on quests, which is pretty cool, as she's basically the game's ace gunner. Now, that's a lot of stuff coming in the actual update, but we do have more juicy details and even more details for things coming in the future. We actually got a new roadmap for 2026, and within that, they confirmed that Title Update 4 is the last major title update. So I'm gonna guess the next thing on the horizon is gotta be some kind of expansion, and I'm pretty excited for that. But they have said there will be an update in February, adding the last Arc-Tempered monster, which is going to be Arc-Tempered Arkveld. They're also adding in the winning submissions from the weapon design contest in that update, so February is going to have some cool things in it. And there's even a Stories 3 collab, adding a special pendant and palico armor in that classic Stories style that just looks really nice. Next, we have some really good news, and we have to give Capcom kudos here. They've actually addressed the PC performance issues and officially apologized for those issues while laying out plans and updates that are coming to improve it. They thanked players for providing feedback and crash reports, and they said that tied to Update 4 is adding in CPU and GPU optimization alongside other things, while January will have another patch that will add in new graphics and CPU settings alongside a whole host of additional improvements. And finally, in February, they're adding in even more optimization, and they say they have planned to add even more stuff in that February update as well for performance. So it's really nice to see them actually addressing these issues and
Oh, hi there, hi there. Sorry there, I was like doing some things. Hold on, let me send this message to my friend first. The focus only on. Yeah, Monster Hunters, like, they only have like this like really like sad like update and stuff only on next year, end of January. They do have like a lot of things like update on the Titanfall update, but it's like a general like optimizations, not exactly PC focused. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit headache while you're playing it. Also, hi there, Sampang. Sorry there. And yeah, since you're here, let me do my opening. Hello there, everyone. My name is Kirvaku, and I'm your host and your voice. The voice here is to entertain you, and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. And yes. Question: what is more expensive, the old or new Gundam? Depends. If you want to have some like collector edition stuff, you will get like pre-built one that is like super duper expensive, and the like the really like old collector editions that you never like unopened collector editions is going to be like hella expensive, like way too expensive. Depends, is like some like if it's like some Zod kind of like tiny like that, you know, like that kind of like pot looking like thingy. Depends on you are super fan or not, and like the egg one. Oh, the egg one. For some reason, sometimes the egg one, there's so many people have like such a great sentimental on the like the blue egg one. I forgot the name. Most of the like non Gundam one is like non-name. They have like some code stuff. Like I feel like some like super fan will remember every single like machine code. Aside from all the Gundam name. There's so many of them. So many. And then there's the Guntang one. Oh. I feel like, yeah, I do say so. The Guntang one might be a little bit more than you think. Because, like, how should I even talk about this? This is the Guntang one is actually just the classic. I don't even know why in the futures there's no more reiterations of like different versions of Guntang. Because like later on, like most of the Gundam series, like every Gundam just fly. Even like the non-Gundam mech is just going to like fly. In a way, the Guntang is actually one part of the Gundam, like the design and not just design and everything. Like I mean, like the purpose of the creation of it and the architectures based on the thing is like the internal structures and everything is actually part Gundam. It's just the Amuro one is like the more advanced like the most advanced versions, like out of all the design one. So yeah, it's actually Gun-Tank is actually really like special and unique too. Like again, I still feel sad that like a lot more like the creativity of like most um most like different type of like Gundam have like dropped a lot. Now they just like focus more on like humanoid and animalistic kind of like Gundam. I think like actually the 001 around the time and Iron Blood Orphan, they do have like threat based kind of like Gundam, but only in the very beginning of the cutscene. Once the Gundam like roll out, everyone also runs into like the like the technologies like racing war, and then everyone's starting to have more like humanoid looking like Gundam like starting walking around. So yeah, that can be a little bit of an issues around those times. Where was I again? Ah, yes, talking about Gundam. Uh but I do say so. Bandai have been, been a little bit like greedy lately. I think it's because like they have like quite a few flop when it comes to like Gundam stuff, and also like some of their other show outside from Gundam, and it's actually like flopping hard. Um, well, technically, you guys kind of already know that the One Punch Man itself, yeah, yeah, they've been skimping out like shit tons of things, not just tiny bit. It's like a lot. Like if that is their like budget for producing like anime, I hate to see like what kind of things they kind of have in their in their arsenals that they are preparing like behind the scenes. I feel like the reason they kind of like want to skimping out the money is they really are on the red lately. Gundam nowadays is not really like that famous anymore, sadly. This is why they're trying to like change the design, this and that, yeah, that stuff, lots of things. So it really depends. Like the older series, still lots of people buy. The newer series, in fact, like getting less sales than the older series that exist. That can be a little bit concerning for a lot of people. For Bandai. Do 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 do. Well, there's starting of people flocking in. I have to be more pay attention to my stream and everything.
Laying out the plan to fix it. It makes you think, could Monster Hunter Wilds have its own sort of cyberpunk moment when its expansion inevitably comes along? Perhaps performance will be completely fixed by then, and then the expansion will be something everyone can enjoy, and if they get it right with various changes, it could be a real turning point for the game that makes everyone really happy. So that's something that I'm excited for the possibility of happening. We also have the patch notes, however, for Title Update 4, and boy, is there a ton of changes coming. It's many pages long, but let's go through some of the notable changes. First, there is changes to all of the weapons, with a lot of them getting some pretty big buffs to underwhelming parts of their kit. In particular, the sword and shield and switch axe have some massive changes, which I love to see, and each of the ranged weapons even has a lot of listed tweaks too, and just generally on the other weapons, there's various things.
Not too much of a new Gundam fan. I kind of stopped watching Gundam after the OO series, but I still catch up with my friends' conversations. They still watch a lot, and I just listen to them like while playing games or doing some things. I kind of know things or two on the modern stuff. Like if you were not there when I talk about it, you know, you can roll back into the front a little bit and, you know. Oh, I don't have the money to buy Gundams. If you have the money, you can send it to me. I can build one for you live on stream. Just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. Especially when you're a kid. I don't take money from kids. But yeah, like back in the days, I do have a few Gundam. It's like a pass me down. Technically, not even pass me down. It's just that I accidentally broke the part, and then my brother would be like, "Now it's yours." When I was a kid, okay? When I was a kid, I don't know. I had a back in the day Gundam Zeta and Gundam Wing. There's two, and also like the Grim Reaper one. Shit, I forgot. Like what is the Grim Reaper one like from the Gundam Wing one is called again? It's been ages. I kind of forgot the name. Like, do you know like the Grim Reaper one? Oh, that one is so cool. My friends have like the Burning Gundam. I actually really personally, if I really want to build a Gunpla, I would say Burning Gundam. Burning Gundam is the best. It have to. Well, technically, if you want, you can make like a lots of fire effect and stuff. I have one friend, literally, like, have you seen like those kind of like big table that have like glass dome and then like inside like have like those kind of miniatures like house and stuff like big towers. They do it like concept like house selling stuff. Like those kind of estate selling things. If you ever seen those things, I have a friend literally have that thing in his living room, and then he built a entire like mountain and everything, like all his like gunpla kind of like yeah. Again, like if you don't know, we use a different lingo when we talk about Gundam model. We use the word gunpla instead of like Gundam model. Okay, it's like a Japanese term, things like that. So the gunpla actually like he posed them this and that other stuff. It kind of glue. He kind of some of them is like glue like tight shut so they can't move. Being very rigid and everything, but still, he does all the effect and like the blasting effect, and also like sometimes some like he on purpose like melted some of the part, show like you know they hit by the laser damage and this and that other stuff, and he used like those kind of acrylic stuff and create his own like lightsaber, like the beam saber things. Holy shit! Even the LED and everything, like he basically have that glass dome there. It's like it's like how big is it? It's like way wider than my arm. Okay, just going to way wider than my arm. I don't even know how big that gosh dang thing is. And he just basically like every single time he finished like collecting one Gundam, he will do like effect like them. This kind of like, imagine you try to draw like a bunch of stick man trying to like fight in like one big page. Yeah, he essentially does that like on that big inside that big glass dome. Okay, I don't even know how he lift that thing. I tried like that thing is like huge, and the glass is like super thick. He have a thing like that can lift it up. I don't know how he lifted up, but it's very impressive itself. Just the spectacle of that thing. There's a reason he have a very thick glass dome, because he don't want kids to touch his stuff. So that glass dome itself, even an adult like me, I can't lift it. I can't even like lift it up an inch. That thing is freakishly heavy. I don't even know how he would lift that thing. But yeah, like every single time, like if like anyone that go to his house and then look at his living room, he's living alone. By the way, yeah, he's still single. But yeah, that aside, um, like the stuff he did like in that glass dome. Every single time you go into it is the major piece like conversations. It's like imagine like you go in, like people have like that very nice aquarium, and then they can like talk a lot about like fishes, how they take care of the fish, this and that other stuff. Like essentially every single time, like either a group of people we went and hang out in his house and everything, everyone would just like sit around that gosh dang glass dome, and then we just talk ages for that, like the how he do this, how he do that. I'm personally an artist and a crafter, so like we can have a lots of like conversation on the handicraft stuff. Even I'm not like a super like Gundam fan, like he is. So like we can talk a lot about those things, like how like the effect stuff, like minifigure stuff, like the technique he used, this and that other stuff. Like holy shit, he literally like his living room is like a gosh dang station itself. Like all the crafting stations and this and that, yeah, their stuff is actually in his living room. While like he have like sofa and stuff, like his house is so fucking beautiful. His dad is super rich. So yeah, like so like he have like so many things there. It's just like it's so one like his house is decorated well, this and that, yeah, stuff. Has you seen like those like kind of like YouTube or like the TikTok shots that have like you know, people built like the Gundam like breaking out the glass thing? He have a few of those like hanging around in his living room. His living room itself is so fucking legendary. You walk into it, all you can do is just wow. Like you can't close your mouth. You just wow. He didn't like that. Here's the thing. He don't even share it out in online. So he literally just keep this hobby to himself. Only his close friends know. So you can't you can never like find anything about this and that, yeah, there's stuff like usually people like really love Gundam stuff, they kind of like just like, you know, like always like take pictures and share it out, right? No, he never shares a single picture about his Gundam and stuff, or his collection and everything. He never shares single pictures. You will only know he did that on purpose. You will only know when he allow you to go to his house, and then you see like all the Gundam themed stuff like in his living room. You'll be like, it's just so shocking. Like the things like shows in there. Yeah, I believe like one day if he actually got a girlfriend, like imagine the girlfriend say like, "Ew, all this is cringe. Can you like sell all these things?" And then if I hear that from him, that he got a girlfriend and her girlfriend like hate Gundams, I would just say, "Dumb that bitch, dumb that bitch." Like the amount of effort he actually put in all this thing. He didn't even like. He's rich enough to buy a lot of pre-built stuff. He didn't. He actually made everything himself. Okay, like he built everything. He do all the custom lining, craft, like edging and like coloring and all this kind of stuff. Like all the color, all the like spray paint stuff. Like he did everything in his own free times. Yeah, it's a miracle that that guy is single. Technically, because his dad is single, I guess. Most of his free time is just like doing all those kind of things. So it's not he's not too sociable most of the time. Yeah, making Gundam like model is fine, but I think because nowadays like 3D printing has become like much more like common. You can actually 3D print like a lot of part. Um, he also like dabble in like 3D printing part too, but I don't think he actually used that much. He want his Gundam to be authentic. Sometimes he even like buy like different like Gundam part togethers and kind of like nowadays like Gunpla are much more like unified and like a lot of like form and parts, so you can buy a different like Gundam. You can mix and match like lots of part togethers. Due to the if you watch the anime, that's like the Gunpla anime. You can watch that thing. The first and second one is pretty good. The third and the other like spin-off one is a little bit weird. They like back then it was a hobby of like they trying to build the Gundam, but the third and the spin-off one is more or less like they kind of like turn it into like a digital game. So I'm iffy about it. Like the first and second one is fun. The first and second like one is good to watch. Okay, they actually legitly like teach you how to build a Gundam from like from the box, and then teach you the customized kind of like technique and stuff. It's really wonderful. The anime itself is so good that you can actually legitly like start a hobby from watching that thing. But to be honest, like being a Gundam model owner and a builders in the same times is very different from being like a fan of like the Gundam anime. It's a completely different thing. There are people really love like the Gundam fan anime. For me personally, I'm actually quite iffy about the Gundam anime itself. I It's not like I hate the thing. It's more like yeah, it's just a meh for me. The story is kind of like always the same. There's like Group A and Group B starting a war, fighting this and that other stuff, and then they run like a multiple different like escalations of like technologies. I have better tech than you. Usually the Gundam start first with the better tech one, and then they basically steamroll every like other nations, and then the other nation also like catch up with the technologies, or they stole some technologies, and then they start to steamroll the Gundam one, and then the Gundam one like after a lot of people die, and then they come back again and steamroll the other guy, and then like both like mutual destructions, or like some so one of the side win, just that. It's always story like has been repeated over again and again and again and again and again. I just got tired of the story. This is why I kind of stopped watching the anime for a long time ago. But man, nowadays times just like very different at this point. Hold on a little bit. I need to finish drawing this line a little bit more. I'm making an animation at the moment. Cyclone Joker. Depends. Like you mean this guy, right? He does have like 2 eye colors, so they kind of like yeah. Lots of people draw that reference. It's much more better actually. I don't know why a lot of people just like call me a Deku wannabe because my character have green hair and like it looks spiky in the same times. Like people just assume that I'm just like trying to copy like My Hero Academia. That is like the worst worst comparison I can like hear from like a lot of people. It's basically like my entire inspirations. You're a little bit too young to know that game, so my entire inspirations is coming from a game called Kingdom Heart. If you know what Kingdom Heart is, fist bump. So yeah, like again, like it's basically my character is a Sora wannabe, not a Deku wannabe. Okay, if you like call me a Sora wannabe, I'm still like kind of like much more happier than people just call me like Deku wannabe. It's like my character hair doesn't even look the same. Like Deku is like curly hair. Okay, his hair is curly, so it's not even like straight spiked. Why you look like a camera W separate the human and the computers? Not sure is that what they're talking about. You might have to word properly. I don't understand your question. Sorry, English not Englishing for me. Again, I might speak very well. It's just, but at the end, like you know. Is the voice I'm hearing you and your avatar is so weird? Yeah, my face doesn't really like match up with it. Here's the thing, like I can actually like pitch up my voice much more to sound a little bit more anime, but the problem is, you know, I'm already trying my best to like pitch up my voice. It can be tiring. And if you really want to know, this is how I normally sound like. Try to think this. This is like an anime like teenage, not even teenager. He just looked like the standard like anime character, so it looks young and everything. And I have this voice when I speak English, so it doesn't really match up the face. Okay. Thankfully, I'm a Malaysian, and I speak multilingual, so I'm carrying my Mandarin voice, which is like a little bit different thing. It kind of like um you know my Mandarin voice like mix into it, mix into my English voice. Then I have a much more different tone of my voice. Right now you listen to it, it's much more higher pitch. Because there is 2 people. Kind of is. Like in the character law is like Kiri is living in the second dimensions. He is the void itself, but his voice cannot carry out and be like like exist in this particular plane. So they kind of like use another method to kind of like transmit the voice to the that dimension like plane that is hiring a voice actor, which is this guy. It's like we sharing like a same body in the same time, but in the opposite plane. This is why you can see like our movement is the opposite one. And another thing is like you can always see me behind the VTuber model. The reason I'm behind the VTuber model back in the days is like, I'm trying to play a gag. It's like, I am the voice behind the void. Or like behind the VTubers, literally. So my like my IRL face is like right behind the VTubers. And I don't know why. It's like, I just realized that is my face like getting cropped past? Yes, it does. Since when? Okay, I need to check a little bit of stuff. Hold on. Okay, I can stop the virtual camera. Actually, I'm not in those kind of things anymore. Nem 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 nem. This is odd. Oh. I was like, this is odd. Now I fixed it. I fixed it. Okay, they are not cropping out anymore. I don't know why I put like a zone. Kind of like a boundary zone for them. I don't even remember why I did that. Okay. Ta-da! But either way, yeah. Nice conversation we have there. I still have this video I need to like finish watching though. Hold on a little bit. I need to watch like what kind of like stuff that is like having some like weapon change and stuff. I think they will actually roll out a new video like talking about the weapon buff and stuff.
Things here and there, so it's looking like there'll be a lot of balance tweaks for the different weapons there, hopefully in a good way, at least from what I could see by reading through it. Furthermore, in the patch notes, there is a massive overhaul to a bunch of the different skills and armor set bonuses, so we can expect some pretty big changes to some of our sets based on these tweaks. It looks like buffs as well. Guard Up is notably getting a huge boost and change, reducing damage taken from guarding regardless of the attack's type, and adding a whopping 50% less damage taken at Guard Up level 3 for 80% in total instead of 30, so that's a huge change there. On top of that, each weapon has actually got a bunch of additional moves added into the pool that will trigger bonus damage skills like Zoshia's White Flame Torrent effect, which again is really nice to see, so every weapon should have a better time with those kind of skills. And I also want to note the skill Flare seems to be getting a dramatic buff, which could actually make it very much viable, if not very strong. So it's going to be interesting to see
I've been
how
using Flare
performs in Title
Hey!
Update 4 as well. So there you have it. There's a lot coming in Title Update 4. We're very
That's
excited
great
to jump in and
news.
fight GOG. But what out of all of these things are you most happy to hear about? Tell us down in the comments and subscribe because we'll have more Monster Hunter coming
Yeah,
your
I'm still a
way
little bit
very,
sad about
very soon.
like
Here at Arix Gaming, we're two friends who love to play games.
yeah, I still like miss the fact that like a lot of things. Who knows? I might be a Deku father. I'm his dad that went disappeared. That went for milk and never came back. And to be honest, like the entire like My Hero Academia story, they never mentioned Deku father. Where is Deku father's? They only mention that what quirk he kind of have, and then they never talk more about it. Like this, did his father die? Did his father went missing? Did his father went to somewhere? Like nobody actually talks about it. So his dad is just missing. It's just not there. There's like that funny gag that is like his dad actually is like some sort of like legends like in a legendary hero that nobody actually know. Nobody actually like know his whereabout, and he just like disappeared for a very long time, and nobody finds him. Oops. Ooh. Hold on, I know you want to have some conversation with me. It's just that at the moment, yeah, sorry that my internet got cut off for a bit. I don't know what happened. Who knows? Maybe I forgot to pay the internet bill. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's take a look. Wow, I'm looking at my stream everywhere. Yeah, just watch
Hey
this
guys,
one.
this is Gaijin Hunter. Monster
Ooh.
Hunter just had their big showcase talking about
Haven't
Title
heard
Update
him
4,
for a
which
very
comes
long
out in a
time.
few days of this video on December 16th. They went over Gagmazios, how all of its weapons are going to work, and they even told us about one final update coming in early February. In this video, there's so much that they announced that I'm not going to give you a full, 30-40 minute in-depth review of everything that they have on their website. There's other channels that have done really good jobs about doing that. For my coverage, I'm going to be focusing mostly on the Gogma Ardean weapons and the PC improvements that we can expect, which they went into further detail on their
Yeah.
website after the event. Gogma is from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. They actually did hint that Werner was involved in the creation of the very large cannon that was used during that fight. So I bet he's probably like thinking to himself, oh no, they have to face him, but they ain't got that weapon anymore. So I'm sure he'll have a role in coming up with something to stop Gogma, or maybe, as I hope, we'll get some story interaction between it and Zoshia or something like that. I would hate for them to take Zoshia's story and save it all for some master rank expansion, or God forbid, like never go into it. They also showed off a bunch of download content, which I won't really be going over because I think I share the sentiment. Download content really just isn't my thing when it comes to paid content for these games. And of course, the next arc, Tempered Monster Jin Dahad. Just look at this. Gogma, when it hits its sort of final phase, it gets so heated and excited that even the tar that is sticky all over its body will melt off. And he takes on like a fire element, and it frees his wings, and he's able to fly up in the air, shoot beams, and go crazy. Just the massive size of this monster and the speed in which it moves, it was amazing in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, and I think it's going to be jaw-dropping in Wilds as well. They did cover in the direct that the Gagmazios will be a special hunt where you'll have up to 4 hunters like normal, but also 4 support hunters for a total of 8. I am happy that they made it support hunters because I don't know how carding would work if you had 8 human players, but it'll be a nice spectacle hunt and a good send off, I think, for the first real large scale hunt for this game. Armor looks fantastic. They recreated it from For Ultimate, and the weapons are all back as well, but this time with a twist. For this time, they took the Ardian weapons and they added in a final upgrade path for them using Gogma materials, and these will be Gogma Ardian weapons. Now, if you watched my recent video, I really love the Gogma weapons, and I did a whole video discussing its design. So I did want to note here that the actual, although they're keeping the iconic designs, they've actually changed the names of the weapons. There's 4 of them that we could see in the video and recap, and we could see the new names. It's interesting because the original Gogma weapon names, they really leaned heavily on Greek and Latin roots, like Astrakhan, Desmos, Clavis, Dystopia, and those were really, thematically strong, but really abstract. So for these, they went away from something that describes an idea or state into something that's more concrete and more of a physical concept. Stuff like bound, cusp, and agony, things that you can, feel rather than just an idea. And then Japanese is kind of interesting because they sort of went with like Germanic or pseudo-European endings to make them feel a little bit more like relics or instruments of punishment, which makes sense because these are relic versions that meld with other relics you found. On the left are the original Gogma weapon names, and the one on the right are the new special Gogma Artian weapons. The Japanese for the greatsword here is Ostonsa, which is interesting. For dual blades, it's the Kuraukurais. For the hammer, it's Desvankeru. And then for the light bowgun, it's Destoreta. Sounds really cool. While the designs we see so far have the same writing on them, I did notice that the greatsword has sort of an updated design, and that there's a lot more text, and it seems like they've changed it. So I don't know, maybe that means that there is an actual rhyming reason. So that's something I look forward to attempting once the update comes out. And it is also worth noting that the glowing effect that you get when you're charging a weapon or just emanating appears to take on the color of the element that is assigned to the weapon, which I think is a cool, nice touch. So when you use the Gogma materials, which we see 3 different types of tarred devices to upgrade an Ardian weapon, it appears that it doesn't have to be a fully upgraded Ardian weapon, or it can be, and there are some benefits from it, but it will cost 3 of these parts, and you have to choose either an attack focus, affinity focus, or element focus, aka also status. Not only does it just throw in 3 bonuses for either attack, affinity, or element, but it also applies a random group skill and a random armor skill. Look at the example they showed in the video. They were able to get Lord's Soul on that, which is a exclusive armor skill for the Gamma sets from the Arc Tempered monsters, which gives you guts, some attack boost, and other great stuff. It's arguably the best armor skill in the game. The fact that all of these are now random, they could have nerfed the attack power on these things, and even still, they would surpass crafted weapons just for this ability and the slots alone. So I went down a rabbit hole last night, and I'm going to invite you along because there's 3 choices here, right? You have the ability to choose an attack focus, element focus, or affinity focus, but there was something that really stood out to me, and I thought, this doesn't look like an even choice. So I went ahead and put it on paper, but before we go into the result here, I want you to think about this. On the left is the normal Ardian weapon. It's 190 raw, 5% affinity, and you get 15 points to customize it. You can put 5 increase infinity by 5%, and then 10 to power. You put all 15 into raw, and it'll be 205 raw. It's very flexible, right? It's got 20 white sharpness and 70 blue, so it's a very nice weapon. And of course, they all come with full slots. Now, when you upgrade it, if you look really carefully at the screenshots, there's an actual difference in the sharpness depending on which of the Gogma Ardian paths that you take. If you go for power, it appears that it's 200 raw with a minus 10% affinity, with 20 white and 30 blue, so you're pretty much going to have to use the sharpness modification on it, which is fine. It's plus 30 white. The element one is 190 raw, minus 5% affinity, and then 30 or 50 depending on your weapon, or if it's a element or a status. And the same deal, 20 white, 30 blue. And the affinity one has a really nice long blue, but short white, so 10 white, 70 blue. But it also falls down to 180 raw with 15% affinity. So given these three choices and the fact that you can customize these with the random reinforcements bonuses later, which do you think is the best choice? Is it truly situational, or is there a clear winner? I'm going to try the new experimental YouTube poll. If you happen to have that on your screen now, go ahead and take it before I reveal the answer. I'm really curious to see what people choose. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. And here are the results. If you notice, actually the Ardian weapons as they are now are really solid. It's 254 raw expected power and 230 raw for when you drop to blue sharpness. But your choices on the right here for the Goblin ones, remember, they are getting a small little nerf. However, you're also getting that armor set bonus and the weapon skill bonus. And yeah, power wins out, as far as I can tell, in every single situation. I don't know why the other two ones exist. I suppose the affinity one is enticing because it's got the nice long sharpness, but for any of these weapons, you're really going to want to run a sharpness plus 30 modifier on them, so I don't think that that's going to be really a deciding factor. And if you just look at raw numbers, it just seems the attack one blows the other two out of the water. Now, one of the reasons why they made the Gargant Ardian weapons from just a pure raw standpoint pretty much on par with the current Ardian weapons is because not only do they get that group and that armor bonus, but they also have better reinforcement bonuses. So you can choose to either keep the bonuses that you've already rolled on your weapon if you have rolled them, and just try to aim for higher level versions, or you can just have them all completely re-rolled. And there's new tiers, so instead of just being attack boost 1, affinity boost 1, or element boost 1, there's now level 2, 3, and EX, so the RNG is going to be real, but it's going to be fun trying to get the maximum, or at least an optimal way. But given the levels here, even on average, the bonuses are going to be really juicy and make the Ardian weapons, in my opinion, the de facto choice. So for those of you who want to know, like, if you're just going to save scum or you're going to try to figure out how to get all those EX bonuses, even assuming that you grab the sharpness boost for all the weapons, the theoretical maxes here are kind of crazy. You can go as much as like 263 raw if you've got the sharpness and 4 attack EX with minus 10 affinity. Of course, you may not get all EX, so this is kind of like the best case scenario, but I think this sort of range gives you an idea of just how powerful these are. Even if you were to get like level 2 and 3 instead of the EX bonuses, just having those active skills from the armor and set bonuses is more than enough to make it so, in my opinion, crafted weapons are dead. They're there as a step up before you can get your Ardian weapons, and they're basically there for cosmetic. If you like them, craft them, and you can use them as layered weapons. Other than that, I think they power creeped it a little too hard. I would love to see them consider doing a final update where you can use Gogma materials or something on the crafted weapons to at least increase the decoration slots to a level 3, level 3, level 3. That would, I think, put them a little bit more into the realm of viable compared to these weapons. Of course, the effort required is higher, and I like crafted weapons. I would like to see them, I mean, they're all viable, obviously, in this game, but I would like to see them a little bit more closer to power to the Ardian weapons so that they're not just a cosmetic thing. Then before I go into the PC updates, they did announce, of course, we'll be getting the Arc-Tempered Jin Dahad. I've been really enjoying the Arc-Tempered monsters. I think they really make the monsters shine, and I wish they were always available because I think that they're just arguably better versions of the monsters than the normal ones. I love them. So this one's going to be really fun. And of course, the armor looks really snazzy. Another change they're adding, which I love, is Transcendence. This will allow you to take the sort of lower rarity armors 5 and 6 and give them better slots, like much better slots, and this will make them a much more viable choice for endgame, which will just make for a lot more set possibilities. So great idea from the team on doing this. They'll have 3 very hard quests here that you can try to clear, and if you do, you'll get a nice icon for your hunter card, which is a cool idea. I'm happy to see that. They mentioned that you'll be able to face off against level 9 tempered monsters, but they're not just calling them optional quests, they're calling them hunting exercises. It's a weird name, even in Japanese. I don't know why they're doing it, but we'll wait for the implementation a few days to see what that is. But if it's just a way to fight the 9-star without having to make an investigation, then that's a very welcome change. Perhaps because people are already tired of Kai and Olivia and all the other sport hunters because they relied on them during the Omega fight. They are adding in a few new ones, which is great for the Gogma fight. Some nice nostalgic poses that shall be available as free downloadable content, which is always nice. They'll also be giving away like a character edit voucher, but I never understood why they thought it'd be a good idea to sell those from way back when anyways. And of course some paid DLC.
Actually, the dev have zero choice. Sadly, is the publisher wants them to sell it, so they have been like doing lame excuse just to give people free like character edit vouchers, time to time.
Which I don't care about, so I'll just skip. Then we got some cool event quests with some nice new cosmetic items for special equipment. The nice party head woodwat on the head, I think that's the name. Special event quests to get heavy armor spheres, which will be very nice. And don't forget the free challenge quest, which is kind of like a time attack trial, so you can get a nice cool trinket for your weapon if you clear the AT Jindahad within a special amount of time. Gogma will remain available as a permanent event quest so that you can farm it, which is good, and I mean, to be expected. The amount of farming we're going to be doing on that monster, yeah. And of course, they're going to have a festival, which looks awesome. I mean, the visuals here look great. It only sucks that it's going to be December 19th to January 14th. I'll be dedicating a lot of time over the holidays for family, so I won't have much time to play the game, but at least in January, I'll have a good week or so that I can enjoy it. But yeah, looking really good. So here's the schedule. So December 16th, it'll be Title Update 4 with Gogma and all of its weapons and the optional quests and some... There's a very long list of balancing notes for weapons, which I'm not going to get into, but I'll put a link for it in the description down below because it's a little hard to find on the website. But they have got tons of small little changes for all the different weapons. Seasonal event will be from December 19th to January 14th, and then our Tempered Jindahad coming in for Christmas Eve. And the final update coming on February 18th, 2026, will show our final Arc Tempered monster, which will be Arkveld. Very interested to see what they do for this monster. We've all fought it so many times. I hope they go pretty crazy with it, just so it can throw us for a loop. And we'll also see those awesome design contest winners' weapons be added to the game, as well as an incredibly cute collaboration item with Monster Hunter Stories 3, which is a game that I am so looking forward to. I want to make a video on the awesome new news that they just shared, especially with the new, they're bringing back the elemental versions of swapping monsters from Monster Hunter Stories 1. But yeah, having the Rudy for your cat and just this awesome Chatacabra thing that follows you around, that's always welcome. So I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, so on their webpage, they go into much greater detail about their commitment to improving the stability and performance for the game. So I want to go over that because a lot of people might miss this because this is on the website and was not covered in detail in their direct. So they are admitting and, owing up to the fact that there are performance and stability issues, which has been long plaguing this game since it was released. Kind of an artifact, in my opinion, of the RE engine being very bad for this type of stuff because we saw the same thing in Dragon's Dogma 2, unfortunately. But they do have a several staged tier approach. For all platforms on Title Update 4, it seems that they feel that there's going to be a pretty good significant improvement on CPU and GPU to the fact that they're removing the benchmark because they don't feel it'll be representative of the game. I hope they update it instead of just removing it because people really want to know if the game's going to run decently before they either go back to it or they decide to purchase it. So I hope they do that. And then there's going to be some Steam version exclusive patches in January and then a final optimization pass in February. I don't know if it'll be final, but at least for now what they have planned. So let's go down into the details. So the Title Update 4 is going to be for all platforms, which is good, not just PC, but also PlayStation and Xbox. However, I have heard that it plays pretty good on console, so hopefully this will just make it a little bit better. But they said that they're sort of taking all the heavier load stuff on the CPU and trying to simplify it a little bit so that the memory usage and all that kind of stuff is better. They did publish some title update comparisons. Unfortunately, they didn't do this for consoles, which I really would have liked. But they were showing them with pretty old GPU. I think the 2060 series for NVIDIA with an i5. And I mean, it's like a 10 frame increase, which is on paper actually really good if you think percentage wise. I just wish they had better examples because this is 1080p upscaled, which is kind of when it comes to resolution, medium settings for graphics. It is nice that they did make sure that the frame generation was off. That would have been horrible if they had it on, but we'll just have to see in a few days how well this improves. I hope that it improves it, more than it appears, so that more people can enjoy the game. And then they have an AMD example as well, which you can check out. And they go into some slight frame rate improvement of 5%. It just keep your expectations in check, I think is the good thing to know here. Seems like there's going to be some changes, but it's not going to be like day and night. Then the PC version exclusive, although I really think that they should add these to the console versions as well, to be honest. These seem more about less than optimization and more just ways to tone down some of the more ambitious ideas that they had and sort of degrade the experience. Example as well, 1080p up bad for this type of stuff. Be interested to see what they do for this, but yeah, in their direct performance and stability issues, which has been long plaguing this game since it was released. Kind of an artifact, in my opinion, of the RE engine being very bad for this type of stuff, because we saw the same thing in Dragon's Dogma 2, unfortunately. But they do have a several staged tier approach. For all platforms on Title Update 4, it seems that they feel that there's going to be a pretty good significant improvement on CPU and GPU, to the fact that they're removing the benchmark because they don't feel it'll be representative of the game. I hope they update it instead of just removing it, because people really want to know if the game's going to run decently before they either go back to it or they decide to purchase it. So I hope they do that. And then there's going to be some Steam version exclusive patches in January, and then a final optimization pass in February. I don't know if it'd be final, but at least for now, what they have planned. So let's go down into the details. So the Title Update 4 is going to be for all platforms, which is good, not just PC, but also PlayStation and Xbox. However, I have heard that it plays pretty good on console, so hopefully this will just make it a little bit better. But they said that they're sort of taking all the heavier load stuff on the CPU and trying to simplify it a little bit so that the memory usage and all that kind of stuff is better. They did publish some title update comparisons. Unfortunately, they didn't do this for consoles, which I really would have liked. But they were showing them with pretty old GPU. I think the 2060 series for NVIDIA with an i5. And I mean, it's like a 10 frame increase, which is on paper actually really good if you think percentage wise. I just wish they had better examples, because this is 1080p upscaled, which is kind of when it comes to resolution, medium settings for graphics. It is nice that they did make sure that the frame generation was off. That would have been horrible if they had it on, but we'll just have to see in a few days how well this improves. I hope that it improves it, more than it appears, so that more people can enjoy the game. And then they have an AMD example as well, which you can check out. And they go into some slight frame rate improvement of 5%. It just keep your expectations in check, I think is the good thing to know here. Seems like there's going to be some changes, but it's not going to be like day and night. Then the PC version exclusive, although I really think that they should add these to the console versions as well, to be honest. These seem more about less than optimization and more just ways to tone down some of the more ambitious ideas that they had and sort of degrade the experience a little bit so that you can get better performance. I don't know how big they're going to be. Some of these are actually really good. Some of them are kind of embarrassing that, you would want to turn them down, but hey, anything to make the game playable, I guess. Again, I think it's the engine. So they said on the CPU tab, you'll have new options to reduce the CPU load, because this game is very CPU heavy, especially at the way that they're doing the asset compression is not optimal with this engine. But like endemic life display count, to reduce that, I would just turn it to 0 almost. Players displayed in the lobby, yeah, I would love to turn that off. Small monster quality, yeah, sucks, but I guess that's an option. Effect quality and animation quality, not the things you would normally want to reduce, but maybe they'll make a huge difference, who knows. There's some stuff in here as well that I just don't know what it means. Like, one that's really funny is character facial expressions reduced. Like, I don't think that's going to make a huge difference on your CPU usage for this game, but I mean, every little bit counts, right? But monster frame skip and handler frame skip, I think, sure, like reducing the animations that they do because you're not really watching them, sure, but for monsters, I don't know how that's going to work out. Then they have some GPU load stuff as well. such as being able to now have the lowest setting for volumetric fog. I don't know why they don't just allow you to just disable it. I think we had that in Iceborne, but this seems like a low-hanging fruit that they can add in. Foliage density, which is pretty standard. I would have thought that they already do that when you go from low, medium, high settings, but I guess now we can dial it in a little bit more. And then they did say that they're going to make some further optimizations to the VRAM to ensure the high resolution texture pack, which honestly I don't use because the performance is horrible, to try to optimize the texture streaming speed. Yeah, who knows? Maybe this will also affect just the non-high resolution texture pack and just make the game run better. Who knows? And it seems like the February update is more aspirational. I don't think they know concretely what they're going to do outside of a few things here, but they're committed to doing more, which is great. But this is going to be stuff like, how can they add in some more, layer of depth levels to the 3D model so that they can reduce how much is being done when the monsters are far away and stuff like that. We'll have to see, but it is nice to see that they're committed. If these updates don't really make a tangible difference, then I don't think it's due to a lack of effort. I think maybe just bad architecture and design. So yeah, fingers crossed. I have got Survivor's Guild. I have a very powerful PC, so I can muscle my way through and I get pretty good performance, but it's not like that for a lot of players, and I hope that everybody can finally enjoy this game. And they do have a feedback thing here, so when you try out the updates, go ahead and make sure to use the contact form to give them some valuable feedback depending on your configuration. I know they're struggling with PC and how to optimize it, so hopefully enough people will share them information that they can make the future patches even better, hopefully. Fingers crossed. And I think that's where I'll end my thoughts video. I'm super excited for the Gogma weapons. I love what they're doing with them. I may complain that the crafted weapons are going to get blown into the dust, but that doesn't mean that I don't love the Gogma weapons. I love the design, the new names, the new color schemes, the new bonuses, and the Gogma fight looks like it's going to be amazing. I just wish I had more time with it before the holidays. It'll still be here in January when I'm able to put in some more hours, so I'm super excited to everything here. And as a final note, Capcom, if you're listening, please bring back your more goofy, fun style of video. Yozo is a very lovable man. He's a very fun guy, and it just sucks that ever since the Nintendo Direct format really took off, it seems like Capcom's been mimicking this sort of serious approach, and it kills me to see this be the final frame of the video that you guys did. So I'm going to improve it. So hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts on this update. Until next time, happy hunting.
Be right back, everyone. I'm gonna go do that.
Bye-bye.
That thing. I'm gonna get him. Oh, nuggets. BRB. Cece's still here though, for now.
Hello. Let me just lay down. 2. Oh, that's the wrong way. Wait, I need it to be cinematic. Now we're talking. Hi. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. I have fries. I love fries. Okay, I will be honest with you. I love potatoes in general. But for some reason, fries, like, you never get a raw, bad fry, right? Have you ever had a bad fry? Even if it's over, I guess if it's super greasy, it's kind of yucky. But fries are so easy. They're so good. The most non-controversial opinion I've ever had. Guys, I think fries kind of good. I love fries. I don't know, I've almost never had bad fries. Because usually, they're just so hard to mess up, you know? But yeah, I was really hungry. Today I woke up. I rolled out of bed, and then we started the stream. When it's normal fries, my favorite sauce is ketchup and mayo, and then you kind of dip it in both. But I also really like queso. There's one meal I make. I don't cook that often because I hate cleaning. But one meal I make sometimes, not that often, but if I really want to treat myself, and it's like fries with chili con carne, and then a queso on top, like a cheese sauce. That's pretty good. Let me just tell you, it's pretty good. And you can make the cheese sauce a little bit, like normal queso is a little bit thick, but you can make it a little bit runnier. And then it dunks everything. Oh, it's so yummy. It's like one of those things that you can just, no vegetables though. I guess potatoes, if you really stretch the definition. Queso is cheese sauce. It's like, you make a roux out of butter and flour, and then you put in milk, and then the milk thickens,
Hey.
and then you put in grated cheese.
Yeah, I will be listening to music. So this thing going to flip it back and go to turn back on the composite blood. There's not a lot of things to watch. Just going to listen to music again. You guys listen to the weaker music. I listen to the stronger anime music. Yeah. Alright, I guess this will be the end of the stream. I managed to work enough things. Alright, again, I'll be the end of the stream, and thank you very much for watching, and as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe, until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye!